Okay, so our berries and cones. I am going to switch over now to my demo mode. And here we have our reference image here. I've got my colors all worked out. And although I am working on a quarter sheet, one of the things that you've probably noticed about this one is that it's really more of a square format. And I'm not sure why I cropped it that way, but I did. Anyway, this would be very nice in a square frame, which are easily readily available now. So this is an 11 by 15, but what I want to do is where the line drawing ends, I'm going to put a piece of tape there, because I'm going to get to painting this and then I'm not going to know what to do with it. So I'm just going to square this off with a couple of pieces of tape. So one on this side, just to give me an edge. One on the other side. Try to get it fairly straight if I can. All right, so now I have that sort of squared off. I didn't measure it. It's, you know, it'll get cropped, whatever it gets cropped if I decide to put it into a frame. And so I'm going to start taking a look here at what needs to be done for this. So do I need to save any whites? I contemplated it. I thought, maybe I should put some masking fluid on the berries, but truly the berries, the highlights on the berries really aren't that bright, but I could put masking on them. I'm going to leave that choice up to you. I don't need any masking on the cones. I don't see anything in there that needs to, like where we need to save any white of the paper, anything like that. Now it is white behind here. You can see this is like a little candle and it's got some hand painting on it, which I think I'll probably leave off. You know, it's got birch trees and little cardinal or something sitting in the tree there. And there's also a little bit of greenery here. Now, when I got looking at this, and I can't remember if I put masking on this list or not, but I got looking at this morning and I thought, you know what? I probably could use masking here. Now, it's not white. I'm not saving white by using masking, but what I can do in this area is I can paint it green and mask it off to get these little dark triangles and rectangles and so on. All these negative shapes in there would be a lot easier to do if I masked it off. So I'm gonna maybe keep that option open. And there's a little bit up here. This is actually looks like fake greenery. I can maybe make it look a little more realistic. But this is basically the base of a can, like a wreath around a candle. That's what we're looking at here. All right, so I'm not going to mask anything right now.
You're going to put the plaid in?
I'm sorry, say again?
You're going to put the plaid in behind it?
The what?
A little bit of plaid up in the left-hand corner.
Plaid?
Yeah, a little bit of plaid.
I don't see.
Right over, across from the come over a bit. Over a bit. See the plaid there? That's plaid.
Oh, yes, that's a little bit of a ribbon or something. I actually, no, I didn't include that, but you certainly could.
Shelley, I spotlighted because whenever someone talks, your picture disappears.
Thank you for reminding me. Yes, I will do that. I forgot that last week too. Just give me 1 second here. Thank you. Okay. All right. So, yeah, there is a little bit of a plaid ribbon in here. And if you want to include that, you're certainly welcome to. It does set off the light edge of this cone very nicely. So we can add that in. I didn't put it on the drawing, but it's a simple thing to add in. All right, so I'm not going to start with any masking here. When I paint my berries, I'm going to paint around some of these light areas, but I will keep them a little bit soft. But I'm going to start with these cones first. So I'm going to take a brush. Now I'm using a number 2 squirrel hair brush. Can't always go by size, but compared to my pinky, you can see that it's similar in size to my pinky, and that's what I'm using. I am going to begin with some raw sienna. And just bring that out here. And I want to keep, my highlights reasonably well diluted. Okay, so if I want something to look light, I need to allow some of the white paper to come through. So I'm going to thin this down a little bit. Got a big puddle here because I've got a big area to do. These are certainly larger than life. And I am going to start over here, I think. And I'm just going to start painting right in here, and I'm going to go over all my lines and all of that stuff, and I'm only going to watch these edges here. But keep this edge, see this edge right here? Keep that wet. That's your leading edge. So put extra color there, just so that it'll stay wet long enough for you to paint in this section. Really fill up your brush for this, because we're putting this in like a big wash. And whenever you have a big wash, if you don't want brush marks in it, really fill up your brush with lots of fluid paint. So this is raw sienna. And just going to keep going along all these cones with this raw sienna. Got some ink on my hand this morning. I don't know. Can't seem to get it off. This edge, the one where we're going to continue painting, that leading edge, keep that one wet. Okay, I think I'm going to bring this right over to that berry and keep going here. I'm just going to go through all of this stuff right here. It's a big area, so keep your brush very full and keep the leading edge wet. So I'm going to if I come down to this berry here and I stop there, I can do this other section separately.
So you're going over background too, right, Shelley?
Yes, background too.
Okay.
Because I can see that the background's going to be much darker, which means I can cover it up. Okay, keep this edge wet. That edge right there needs to stay wet. forget about that edge. Keep coming back to it. Re-wet it so that it doesn't start to dry and create a line. Sorry if I say that a bunch of times, but it's just a reminder. Keep in mind, this is the lightest stuff in the painting, which doesn't seem like it's that light when you're seeing it next to the white, but it is the lightest stuff in the painting. So I'm going to go over all this stuff too. I'm not going to fuss with the tops of the berries. Get up here and get that edge wet again. Don't forget about it. You're babysitting two kids at the same time here. Now you can definitely switch to a smaller brush if you want to get into little tight spots like this. But it's not even that important. That's going to get a lot darker later anyway. If you do happen to get some lines in your background, which I know you won't because I've emphasized how much you need to use a wet brush, but if you did, it won't be the end of the world because we have an awful lot of stuff to build up on this yet. So don't stop and begin to fuss and that sort of thing. Loading up my brush again. Really good juicy brush that holds lots is your best friend for this kind of thing. I guess this whole area under here is dark too, so I can just paint right in there. I don't think nothing's going to happen there. I'll just fill that in. Okay, so we've got basically color all over the pine cones now. And I'm going to rinse that out of my brush. Well, actually I've got my pine cones over here to do too. So I'll come in and get that done. Try not to put my hand in wet paint here. If you want to switch to a smaller brush for this, that's fine. Just remember you've got to load it up though, because you've got to have paint that flows. There's a little light spot right in there. I guess it's pine cone. I'm going to go right through there. I thought it was the table showing through, but it's actually cone. And there's also a little twig or a branch here as well, so I'm going to put that in. Paint that at the same time. So all that stuff is connected. Now, the only thing I haven't done is the berries here. Now I'm going to have to dry this. There's no masking on here right now, so I can actually take a dryer to this. So I think I might do that. I will, I'm going to put myself on mute and just give this a quick dry. Okay. So it's pretty dry now. So I think I can work on berries. And while I was drying there, I'm thinking to myself, well, the highlights don't look that bright on here, but they look pretty bright on my screen right here in this image. Kind of leaning towards, yeah, I'll put some masking fluid on this. I don't always have a set plan, you know, for every step that I'm doing before I begin the workshop, because a lot of times you need to respond to whatever is happening at the moment, and sometimes what happens at the moment isn't always what you expect. So I'm going to just take a masking brush, okay, a little masking brush here, soap it up like usual so that the masking won't stick. soap up this brush, take my masking fluid, grab it here. All right. All right, I'm going to give it a little stir to make sure that the color is uniform through here. I have used white masking fluid, and I added a couple of drops of cobalt blue to it so that I can see where I'm putting it. Stir it up, wipe that off. This end of the brush is soapy, so I can come in and I'm just going to look for a few little highlights on these berries. So I'll hold this right close so that I can see that this kind of comes in the middle here. It's not like one single bright spot. That's what's different about these berries. They don't have one single highlight. It's almost like little stripes, but not quite stripes. So I'm looking at this white shape here where my finger is, and little bits here and there. Now these are going to end up looking super stark white, but I will be able to tone them down later if they are too much, which I'm sure they will be. They'll be too much. But sometimes it's just easier to paint some of this stuff in and then tone it down rather than risk losing it altogether. Okay. And then I'll come over here to these berries and do the same sort of thing. Now these berries have a highlight on the side because they're picking up the shine from the white table, which you see I have white tables, and so this edge here is going to stay nice and white. This
Excuse
berry.
me, Shelley, the edge of that berry,
Yes.
it's on the inside edge? On the inside, yeah, on the inside, right?
Yeah, oh yes, in on the berry is where you're
Yeah.
masking, not outside the berry, on the berry itself. The highlights on the berry. Now remember, this is larger than life, so you do need to make them proportionately large relative to the size of the berry, or relative to the reference picture, I should say. I think that'll do it. Okay, so don't put your masking fluid too far away. We're going to be using it again, but not yet. Okay, so the masking fluid on the berries is going to have to dry. Meanwhile, what I want to do is I want to look at this greenery here. Okay, all this greenery here, I need to mix up a green, so I'm going to be using my cerulean blue, my aureolin hue. Mine is a hue, so I'm using Da Vinci, it's a hue. So I'm using those two, and I'm going to make a green. You can see it makes a nice lively green. And I can paint some of these needles in here. And I want to paint these needles because they sorry, train of thought there. I want to paint these needles because they will need to dry, and then I can put masking fluid on it and everything else. But I want to do it now while everything is really light here. So I'm going to start over here, and I'm just going to come straight over to this berry. And you can see I've gone through some of this. And I'm going to put several streaks with this in here. And then what I need to do, now don't try to follow it exactly, you won't be able to. You just need to get the gist of it. Now in some of these areas here, I can just fill this in. This is all in shadow. But I am going to go around the berry, and I am going to go around the bract, I think it's called, for the berry as well. All right, so some more needles. Make them crisscross. They don't all line up like soldiers. Okay, so that it has a natural look to it, and it looks pretty darn bright, and that's fine. It will look bright at this stage. And all this part in here, where you actually see little needles, there's dark in between. So I'm just going over it because I can paint the dark on top. Some of this looks like it's going to turn into a little bit more pine cone in the shadow, so I'm not going to really leave too much white, maybe just a little bit over here on this side where I'll put in some darks. But maybe just that. Okay, and there's a couple of needles right here. kind of flatten my brush and using the chisel edge to get a nice sort of needle shape. There we go. And a little bit in here too. Actually, this little section in here, I think I can mostly fill that in. I'm going to imagine a little bit of a pine cone, part of the pine cone there as well. Get a nice shape around the berry. And leave it at that. As for the greenery up here, I could do a little bit up in here too. I don't have any lines for this. I'm just going to create some multi-directional strokes with this green. Sometimes you want to just allow your brush to do the drawing for you. So just coming in here and just placing a little bit more greenery up here. But I am working around the end of the cone here. There. So you get the idea of some of that cone, and it looks really neon at the moment. Don't worry about how bright that looks for the time being. And let's see, I could put a little bit over here as well. These can be really helpful for showing the light edge of the cone itself. So I'm painting around the cone here. Get a little bit of this going on. Okay, so I think that's enough greenery for now. It's neon. Cones are too bright. Everything's too bright right now, but these are the highlights. And so they need to be, when you have something in highlight, it needs to have a little more color saturation. So the color is cleaner. It's more pure color. And then when it starts to get into shadows, it becomes a little bit more muted, a little bit more usually cooled down, but sometimes warmed up, but usually cooled down. So cool down, darker, duller, that sort of thing. And so I think my masking is pretty much dry. Looks like it is. So I'm going to come in and with my, I'm going to use some permanent rose here. Now permanent rose is awfully pink, and these berries really aren't quite that pink. So I'm going to add a little bit of aureolin to it. A little bit. That was way, way, way too much, so I'll use more permanent rose. All right, to make it a little bit more warmed up. So I'm going to simply come in, and I'll start over here so that I don't get my hand in wet paint. And I'm going to paint the berry. And I think while this is wet, I can actually start dropping in a bit of shadow color. So I'll get to that in a second. But just painting this color in. My brush is pretty full so that I can keep it wet a little bit longer. Now before this dries, I'm going to take a little bit of my Payne's Gray and add it to this red, just a little, and it will turn it into kind of a burgundy. And with this burgundy...
Sorry, Shelley.
Pardon?
I'm sorry, the first part was permanent rose and what?
A little bit of aureolin.
Oh, Ariel. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I missed that.
No
Thank
problem.
you.
Yeah, because the permanent rose by itself is really, really pink. And I wanted it a little bit more orangey red. So while this is wet, I'm going to come in with some of this burgundy color that I've made. Now I'm blotting my brush. Can you see where I'm blotting? No, you cannot. So bring this over. I'll blot it up here, right? So you can see I'm blotting. And because my brush needs to be drier than the paper. And I'm going to come in, oops, helps if I stay in the lines. I'm going to come along these edges and get a little bit of dark along the edges, along the edge there, but not quite at the edge here. This is in from the edge. There's a little bit of reflected light on the bottom there. So this burgundy color, I can come in and add some of that in. Now this, I can see this is starting to dry a little bit. So I'm going to rinse my brush and I'll give it a blot. And I'm going to tickle this edge to get that softened in. If you get any spots that dry on you, that's what you do.
Sorry, Shelley, to get the burgundy, it was Payne's Gray you added, or?
Yes, just add it a little bit. Don't add too much, just a little bit. And make sure your brush is a little drier. So I'm going to put a little more red in here just because I think this is going to be too light the way it's drying. I'm adding a little bit more red in here. Trying to stay in the lines. Seems to be an issue for me today. All right. So now that burgundy color is going to come in along the edges. So This red is getting cooled down with the Payne's gray. Cooled down and darkened at the same time. Because there's a lot of blue in Payne's gray. So that's what's going to cool it down. Trying to get my color a little richer here. There we go. Painting it like I mean business here now. All right. All right, I can definitely come in and do more to these as, you know, as it dries kind of thing. I'm just going to lift a little bit of, where the highlights are, I'm going to lift a little bit of color out of there. So I'm just blotting my brush and just tickling those areas where the highlights are. It's just sort of where the high spot is there. And the other berries, same thing. And then I'm going to take a progress picture of this, because we will have pretty much covered most of the white. I should probably paint that candle before I do. It's actually good that this is enlarged. It makes it easier to get this rich color and to actually put the shading and everything on the berries when it's a little larger. If it's really small, that gets really tedious, trying to work into a little berry. Okay, so I'm coming in with that burgundy color again. And I'm going to put some shadows in here. I will try to put it in and let it melt and blend organically without brushing it around too much. Just let it sort of do its own blending if I can. think this one I'm just going to do this one together, or these two together I should say. And this is when your painting kind of looks like a royal mess, because it's just a bunch of color colored in, and nothing looks right at this point. Come into that burgundy color and just get my darks where I need them. Which is mostly around the exterior of the berries. Okay, so they don't look like they have a lot of shape yet. We have more to do, so if they're not looking like berries yet, don't panic. It's coming. It'll come eventually. I am going to rinse my water, which is looking pretty murky. And as Marilyn was mentioning, we have a little bit of a plaid ribbon in here. So for this plaid ribbon, it is a little bit of a dull red in there. I'm going to use some of this red that I used before. Just kind of mix that all together. Little bit of Payne's gray. So I'm going to get this in here, and I will paint a ribbon shape in here. So I'm just going to come around this edge of the pine cone, and it comes pretty much in a straight line to about here. And then it comes down. I'm going to fill all this in. I don't want to end up with a line here, so I want to fill this in quickly.
And this is in
red. The reds, I just mixed all the reds we had.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and put that in there. This ribbon is hard to spot. It's actually in quite a bit of shadow, so it doesn't need to be a bright shiny red. We don't need to have any masking or anything on it. It looks like it might have a little bit of gold on it, but I don't think that that's a deal breaker. I'm just going to make it like a regular plaid. And right, so this comes across here, filling all this in as I go. And then it comes into almost that corner. You know, where I see this part of the cone here, comes right into that corner. It actually creates a nice balance to this other red down here, doesn't it? Now the candle. I'm going to leave it up to you as to whether or not you actually want to put the painted birch tree and the little cardinal and all of that stuff in. If you want to include all of that, you're welcome to. I'm going to make mine plain because I don't want it to distract from this part. I will use, I'm going to put Payne's Gray in here. It's going to have maybe a little bit of that red mixed into it, but so it will turn a little bit on the purple side, but mostly Payne's Gray. And for this, I really just want to create that cylindrical shape. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wet this area with clean water. I'm going to go right through the greenery because it's too fussy not to. Too fussy otherwise. I'm just going to go right through it because I'm not going to be putting a lot of color on here. I'll only be putting a little bit, but I am going to go around the edges of the pine cone because I don't want those to have this shadow on it. So I'm getting it good and wet. The reason I want to go through the green is simply because I know that that green's going to get darker anyway, and I've got very little color to put on this, so I'll just go right through it. Okay, so I am picking up a bit of this mixture here, which is mostly Payne's Gray. I've picked up some of the red and mixed it in, and I'm going to start over here. And you can see it's really bleeding because my paper is so wet. Feel free to use a smaller brush if you want to get up to the lines. So for example, here I have a little bit of a white gap, and so I'm just going to come along with a small brush and close the gap. And that, you know, it's wet enough here that that just fills in. All right, but I want to keep going here with this big brush. Now I'm rinsing it, rinsing that big brush, And I'm going to start to soften this as I come around. So the candle's vertical, so I'm bringing these strokes vertical here so that things will just be in the correct sort of direction. Came over my line there. Okay, so I just have that gradation of gray in there basically. It's a warm gray. I have added enough pink to it to make it look a little bit purple. And we've gotten rid of a lot of white paper, which is good. Kind of like to hide all that white paper so that it doesn't throw off my perception of all the other values as I'm painting. So we have some paint to dry here, and just wiping my tape off here so I have sort of clean edges there. And I will pause. Okay, so I have dried this, and all those layers are now dry. We've got all the white, a lot of the white paper covered. So now it's time to start. I'm going to cover a little bit more of the white paper. Just going to come in with a bit of this raw sienna here, and I'm going to fill in this corner because that's going to have a dark in there. That was just a little bit I could have added in earlier, but I forgot about it, or I didn't notice it. So just fill that in. And now up in this space here, we actually have quite a bit of shadow in there from the ribbon and the cones and everything else. And there's also some here as well. So I'm going to wet this area, and I'm going to be painting into wet to create these shadows here. So clean water. Feel free to use a second brush, a smaller one, to get into the little nooks and crannies. You know, if you have a large brush with a nice point, you might manage just fine, but why take the chance? You can go to a smaller brush if you're not comfortable. I'm going to wet in this whole section here. Okay, so there's a lot of shine on here right now. So it might be too early to jump right in with color because it might just explode, right? So drier for more control. Now my brush is also going to need to be drier, and I'm going to be using the same coloring I used on the candle here. Maybe a little more Payne's Gray. just to get this a little darker. When you paint on a wet surface, it's always going to dry lighter. So let's pull my sleeves up. All right, so the shine is beginning to dull down a little bit. So I'm going to start coming in here right up to that red ribbon. And start creating these shadows. Now you might be tempted to bring it right down, but when you look, there's kind of a lighter area in there, so don't fill it in all the way to the corner. Always be looking at your reference to see what makes sense, right? So the light source tells you what's happening, and I have to be careful not to fill that right in. I want to get darker here. Whoop, that was kind of a lot of red. More panes in here. And blot my brush for a little more control. And this kind of fades off there a little bit, so I'll rinse my brush and blot it. And just sort of tickle that edge and make sure it gets soft for me. Same here, I want this one to be soft. That edge. Don't want a hard line there, so I want to make sure I'm keeping that soft. There. Okay, I think I'm fairly satisfied with that. And I'm going to dampen this space here. It may seem like I've put in a pretty dark shadow there, but it is not going to seem dark later. When I get the actual darks on the pine cones and stuff, that is not going to seem dark at all, especially by the time it dries. It'll be dried lighter. So coming in here. Still more of this dark mixture here, lots of Payne's gray for this. And tucked in underneath the pine cone, there's a fair bit of dark right in here. Not too much, not as dark as up here, although it may look like it on the screen at the moment. Let's soften that out a little bit. There really isn't much in here that I would consider bright white paper. I'm going to come right in and pretty much fill in this whole thing with just a little bit of color. And then I'll be putting a little extra right under the candle to sort of place it on the table. So it seats it on the table. A little extra color right along this edge here. Now there's a little tiny bit in here. I won't wet it first because that's such a small section. This little space between the parts of the pine cone there. Just going to pull up a little bit of color here just so it's not quite so dark. Don't like that outline look, so I'm just going to blot that off. There we go, a little softer. Okay. So we have a little bit of shading on that candle, under the candle, I should say. Softening anything I don't like here. And okay, the rest, this corner down here has very little, if any, of the shading, so I won't bother with that. I think that's enough. And I want to start moving on to some of the shading on the pine cones, because the pine cones are going to take a little while to do. So when I look at the pine cones, it's pretty obvious where these light areas, which we've already painted, where the light areas are. But if I start on this one here, over here on the left hand side, there's many cases where it goes really, really dark in the center. Then it's more brown, and then it's a little bit more burnt sienna, and then finally this color here. So we're going to need to do a lot of softening as we paint here. And so this is going to be a very good exercise for that, for softening edges. So we're going to have a variety of edges here. We're going to have crisp edges like here, right there. And then we're going to soften it as we come out toward, like this gradates from a very dark to a very light here. So we need to be able to accomplish that. So I'm going to, I'll use this mix area here, but I'm going to start introducing some burnt sienna. I think I need to wet my puddle a little bit more here. Okay, burnt sienna is a little more red. We used raw sienna before. Now burnt sienna is nice and red, but it's not very dark. So to make it dark, I'm going to add a little Payne's gray. And you'll see that'll turn it into a nice brown, almost a black, if you add too much of the Payne's gray. So I want to have sort of this kind of combination here. Raw sienna mixed with Payne's gray, and then Payne's gray by itself, right? So that's the kind of coloring that I want to put in my pine cone. So let's start with one area, and they will mostly be done the same way, but I'm going to zoom in for this. Okay, so there's a lot of bits and pieces to this, so you may find it helpful to bring your reference into your view as you're working on something. And I find it very helpful, and I'll do this with crystal or when it's a bunch of leaves or something like that where it's very complex, is I put my finger on the spot I want to work. And then when I'm working, I don't look back and start painting this one by mistake because it's so easy to do. So I am going to wet this little area. I'm going to switch to a smaller brush for this first of all. Just one that's more appropriate for the size of the area that I'm working in. And I'm going to wet this section. I'm going to start here in the burnt sienna section. Now, my brush has a lot of wet paint in it, so it's not staying quite where I put it. So that means I need to blot my brush a little bit more. Make sure my puddle's not too diluted either, because I'm going to need to go pretty dark here, and I sure don't want to do all of this twice, because it'll be a lot of painting otherwise, a lot of going over things. And you may decide, well, yeah, that's what I want to do anyway. In the end, like you may want to come back and add more layers, but let's not start off with the idea of doing that because it's more time than we have available. So burnt sienna, in that lower section, and I'm looking to see, where's it a little bit light, where's it a little bit darker, and that sort of thing. Now I'm going to start coming into my burnt sienna Payne's gray mixture. And I won't go over everything. I'm just going to get a little closer to the middle here where the shadows start to get darker. And then I'm going to go straight into Payne's gray here to this little section. Right in there so it gets really good and dark. That's what's going to make it look like that part of the cone is tucked under the previous, like the one on top, so the one above here. Now it would be super if we could just paint the one next to it to see how this actually looks, but we can't because things are wet. So I need to move up to somewhere else to work. So maybe I'll work on this little one here, the one that's kind of sticking out into the, one of the ones that's sticking out into the ribbon. So I'm going to come in here, and I think I might have missed drawing something here.
Yeah, we have a whole bunch more lines, Shelley.
Mm-hmm. You do? Yeah, okay. So, yeah, right in here, I probably missed tracing something here. So, I think it's something like that. There we go. Okay, so this little piece here, that's the one I'm going to do. Wet first. And hey, it happens, right? There's a lot of lines to trace. It's easy to miss some. So, burnt sienna. And you notice I take the burnt sienna right down into the darkest part of the shadow here. There's no point in avoiding that because it can just add to the dark. Now my burnt sienna Payne's gray mixture. And finally my Payne's gray. That's right here where I'm working. And where the Payne's gray is that we're adding in, it's really going to indicate the, where it's tucked underneath. Okay, so I'm going to this is dry enough, I can come down and I'm going to work on maybe this one. This is another big one. Another sort of hint that I might offer is that as you paint these sections, it helps to find the ones that are easily identifiable. So in other words, if it's a big prominent shape, get that one in because it's easier to figure out the ones around it once that one's in. So I'm not wetting the tip of this one. I will do that separately. So I'm not really thinking too much about whether or not I'm painting a pine cone. I'm thinking about what is that shape? What do I need to do to make that shape? Is it more brown or is it more sort of Payne's gray? And that sort of thing. That's what's going through my head. I'm not thinking, does this look like a pine cone? I'm looking at the shape and I'm painting the actual thing that I'm seeing. Coming in with my burnt sienna Payne's gray mixture. Getting it a little deeper in the shadows. There's almost a line that goes across here, so I'm going to put that in there. And then I'm going to get right into my Payne's gray, which is right tucked underneath here, right in that corner. Go ahead and use full strength color because you don't want to come back and redo this 10 times. This will take you a month of Sundays to do if you get too precious about it or too scared to put color down. I'm going to do this part on the end, and it's darker, so I'm just going to put that in there as a darker section. And I didn't wet that first, I just went in with color. Okay, so I'm going to come up to this little bit right in here. Then I can actually have a whole kind of row of these, I don't know what they're called, those little portions of the, I'm sure they have a name. If I was a botanical type person, I would know, but I'm sure one of you can Google it if you're so inclined, but
I think it's scales, maybe, Shelley.
that would make
sure.
sense. Yeah, that would make sense. Let's call them scales. And tuck it under a little bit with just a little bit darker color there. There, let everything bleed and melt into each other. Okay, it doesn't look like much yet, but when we get enough in there, it will start to shape up. Mine
is starting to show some dimension.
Yeah, well, it should, but it will really show the dimension once you get another row in here. So I'm going to do, I can't do that one yet. I'm going to come up here maybe to this one, up here. So that is on my drawing, that, or on my reference, that is this one. But keeping one hand on your reference really will, you'll find that it can be very helpful. Because it's easier than you think to get lost when they all look alike. You know, they're all so similar. Get my paint a little bit thicker here. It's kind of bleeding all over the place, so that means that I have to blot my brush a little bit more, get my paint a little thicker. Now this one has almost kind of a light line that goes through here, and I'm going to lift that out. I think that's going to be the easier way for me to do that. I could paint around it, or try to, but I think I'm going to lift it out. So I'll rinse my brush and blot it quite well, which you can't see because I'm zoomed in, but I'm blotting my brush really well and it's clean. So now it's a thirsty brush, and I can lift out this highlight. And I may have to do it several times if my paper's still really wet, but I can come in and pull out a bit of a light line there. See? So now I need to get some of these darks in the shadows, and I may have to lift that line out again, but lifting it out now at least helps me keep like a place marker so I know where it needs to be. paint was quite thick there. Almost to the point of not moving, so let me get a little bit more burnt sienna into that. And I may need to soften some of this, so I've rinsed and blotted my brush, and I'm just going to tickle this a little on the edge to get that softened in a little bit more. Okay. So I'm going to come back down and maybe do this little guy right here. That's this one right at the edge. So I will wet it first. The nice thing is these aren't like really big, wet, sloppy washes. They're, you know, we're just working small areas. So it's pretty easy to come back next to something that you just did like very soon afterwards. But don't get too crazy and too enthusiastic. If you happen to be a really fast painter, you might want to wait. Let's get a little more burnt sienna in here. I have burnt umber in my watercolors, but honestly, if you mix burnt sienna with Payne's Gray, you really don't need it. It's very, very similar. You know, I usually try to keep these projects to a minimal palette, which not only saves you money, but it teaches you about, you know, what colors you could use if you don't have, you know, the actual color. Coming in with Payne's Gray here to get that shadow extra dark right in here. And it's dry enough on the end here, I can come in and create that shape that is at the end of the scale. Even a little bit along the side here, so I'm going to put a little bit there. Okay, where else can I work here? I'm going to sort of flip-flop back and forth here and then just sort of zigzag my way into that corner, I think. And by now you have the gist of it, so I'm going to just forge ahead, and I won't have to talk you through every single one. They are all very similar. So that, there's only a little bit of this showing. I actually extended mine a little, so it'll probably get some of that cropped off when I actually put a mat on this, but I just took it up to the top. Not too much of that really light raw sienna in there, so I don't have to keep that much white at the end of this. I can actually bring a little bit of that burnt sienna right up. It's time to start darkening as we get into the shadows. And straight into Payne's Gray here. Okay. Got a dark spot right there, but I can blend it in. I think that's pretty good. Okay, so I'm going to come to this one here, the one that looks like a kind of a spoon-shaped one. And I'm going to wet it first. This is all pretty dark in here. A little more Payne's Gray right here, but not too much, because this one's, there's actually going to be some real darks behind that, so I don't want to go overly dark right there. I see this as being lighter than what's next to it on either side, so I don't want to go too dark here. I won't be able to accomplish that. Looks dark on screen, but it's not that dark. Lift some of that out. Okay, so this one has like a little, I don't know what this is on the bottom. It's like a little, looks like a little barnacle kind of on the outside here. So I'm just going to paint that in on dry. I'm just using some Payne's Gray for this. Fairly diluted. It's actually got a little bit of burnt sienna in it. And in here, I'll just wet this section. And put a little bit more dark brown. When I say brown, I'm talking about burnt sienna Payne's Gray mixture. Okay, so I don't have to say burnt sienna Payne's Gray mixture each and every time. So put a little bit of brown in here. Now I need to soften that. I can tell right now. I'll rinse and blot my brush and just tickle it a little bit so that it softens. All right, next I can do this little guy right here. Pardon me. And get a little bit more burnt sienna in this. Okay, I'm going to work this little tiny bit here that most of it's cut off in the reference bit, but I will extend it. Go. And it actually has a little bit of dark on the end here, so coming down with that part there on the end. Because I'm going to start moving along a little bit faster on mine, because you know, we're going to be at this all day if we don't sort of speed things up. So I'm going to do a little less talking, a little bit more painting here. And some of these areas can actually be kind of painted right in on dry, like this little section right here. That is where am I here? This one right here. So it's very, very dark here. In fact, I think I'm going to come right down into here with all that dark. Get some real darks happening in here. So Payne's Gray in here. And I'm going to do this one as well. When it comes to the part of the pine cone where these parts are coming up like almost like those crystals, when you get like pencil coral kind of thing. I really don't even feel the need to wet this because the lines are very distinct. So if the lines are very distinct and I don't need to create a softness, I should be able to just come straight in with my paint and get her done. And then add the shading in as I go. Mind you, it does not stay wet as long when you haven't pre-wet the paper, so it doesn't buy you quite as much time. So you just kind of have to adjust your painting to that. Now I've got one of these bigger sections, so I'm going to come in and I am going to wet it because it's a bigger section and because I want to transition with some softness. Then I come in with brown. And then my Payne's Gray in the kind of in the core area, or in the center of the pine cone. So everything I'm painting in here right now is on wet. It's wet on wet. Do your best to interpret it. It can be a little dicey when it gets into shadow areas, but just do your best to interpret it. It's going to get real dark in there. I'm going to mix my brown to add to the end of this scale. Some of that started drying, so I'm just going to soften it a little bit with my blotted brush, clean blotted brush. Okay, so you should be starting to see some form in here now with this.
Shelley, it's noon.
Yes, I am kind of watching the clock. My goal was to finish this little section and then break. Just to get this last little bit done, so we don't have to come back and still finish this particular pine cone. Pardon me. So the rest of this isn't as important as, I mean, it is important as this part here, but this one really had to be well defined. These don't have to be as well defined. So I'm just going to go quickly in here and okay, I'm going to come right in with this dark right here. As I said, I was going to just move along a little faster here. Some of these almost have a little bit of a grayish tone to them, and so I would just thin down a little bit more of the Payne's Gray if that's the case. The burnt sienna is really what warms it up, but it's otherwise very cool Payne's Gray. Okay, and I see a shape right in here I'm going to work on, right there. Get in, tuck right on underneath there with some good Payne's Gray to get that nice and dark in there. Tuck into this a little bit here, and again, some of these areas in the middle of the pine cone just seem to be almost blurred together. There's a lot of areas that just fall into darkness. So you can make your best guess, because a lot of the lines get a little bit lost. And just when that happens, don't agonize over trying to define them. Allow them to be lost in your painting. It makes more sense, because that's what you're actually seeing. Coming in and darkening a little bit here and there. Give it a little bit more punch. Now that first one I did that seems so dark hardly seems dark at all anymore. Okay, and last little bit up in the corner. I'll just do a little bit up in here. Now there's actually a little bit of red ribbon I see. Right up in here, I see a bit of red ribbon. I'm just going to invent a little bit of my pine cone. Don't make it too dark up there, just don't want to put a lot of contrast and detail up in a corner. that has a tendency, design-wise, that has a tendency to draw your eye out of the picture. I'm going to come in, there's a really, really dark one tucked right under here. So I'm going to start with burnt sienna, but it's going to be not really diluted, because I'm going to come in and put some real dark Payne's gray on top of this while it's wet, so it sort of gets blended in. There we go. And I'm just going to fill that in. I don't know what that is, so I'm just going to fill it in. And anywhere that I can, like this looks a little unfinished here, so I'm going to put a little whisper of color in here to make it look like I didn't just ignore it or forget to paint it. And that about does it, I think, for that corner. I may revisit, I may come in and feel that I need to darken some things, but I'm going to get more painted elsewhere instead. So I will put us on pause for our break. Okay, so after our break we have had, this area has dried, and we're going to continue on painting pine cones. So same kind of thing. I am going to, if it's a small area, I mean, I can wet it, but I probably could just start putting the paint down and then add into the paint as I go, because most of these are pretty much in shadow anyway. This is pretty dark right here. Bring my picture over again just so you can see where I'm working. I am working right up in here, which is almost so dark you can't see anything in there, so I'm just painting right in here. And it really does help to have a brush with a good point for this, to get up into those, to tuck up into those little points there where it really gets up underneath something else. So if I want it to end up really dark, I need to be using less diluted color as well.
We've just started, or?
Yep, yep.
Okay.
My remember my record is on actually another program, so it won't show. I'm going to skip over this one. I'm going to start painting into the one between here, little one tucked in behind. And you'll find that the more of this you do, the faster you'll get at it. You'll be an expert by the end of it, because there's a lot to do. But right underneath is where I've got to tuck in that extra dark. And I can't do this one because that's wet, and I can't do that one because that's wet. So I'm going to have to find somewhere else to work here. So I'm going to open up my reference here. And I might start doing a little bit of what's down in here. A lot of this is quite dark. I don't have very much or any really of this sort of golden lighter tone here. It's a smaller pine cone. So I'm going to be using mostly brown for this, just sometimes lighter, sometimes darker. And sometimes just some Payne's gray, because it will get a little bit on the gray side in some cases. So there's one little bit sticking out here. I have masking fluid on my berry here, so I can paint pretty freely up against it. So I'm going to come in with some Payne's gray here. I'm going to tuck some Payne's gray into these little nooks and crannies here. Let that kind of melt in. I'm going to have to skip over one. Pardon me. This part here is a little tricky to figure out, so I'm just going to wing it here. Come in with some darks. Always in the center of the cone, it's always darkest. Coming in with some Payne's gray in there. Pardon me. Making that a little bit more brown. Put a little more burnt sienna into it. Up in here, I might, just do a little dry brush or something to get that less stark, right? So right in this little bit here. I could zoom in just so you can see that a little better. See, I'm really not fussing with it all that much. Not as much as you might feel I am, but I guess there should have been a white spot in there. I didn't leave it. Nuts. Oh well. See if I can correct that later. Yeah, I'm going to come in really dark in this area just under the berry, and it'll really give me a lot of contrast here. So a nice clean edge on the berry. There is one little light spot right, oops, sorry, you can't see that. One little light spot right here. So I'm going to leave that behind. But this whole area is going to be dark in here. All right, I'm going to leave some of that to dry. I'm going to come back up here. I'm jumping back and forth here. And I'm going to come back up in here and get a little more done in this. Mostly brown. Going to wet and soften this part here on the end. And tuck in a little bit more of that Payne's gray to darken the shadow. A little too dark, so there we go. Then I will jump over to the one to the right of that. There's actually two in here. There's a little one that I indicated with the pencil, but just so that you can see it a little bit better. That's actually one cone, one piece of the cone right there. So there's actually two different scales here. This one looks a little more gray, so it's going to have a little more Payne's gray mixed into it. So a little less burnt sienna, a little more Payne's gray, but thin down a little bit. So that this one isn't as warm and chocolatey as that one, for example. And of course, we have the Payne's Gray up in here. Okay, this one I'll have to do separately. This is going to get really dark right in here. I don't know how to stop that. I have a phone call coming in. Sorry, just ignore it. I'm going to. Okay, so where else can I work here? I'm going to work over here, back here. I'm going to come back down in here. Actually, some of that might still be a little bit wet, so I think I need to move somewhere else. I'm going to move maybe to this little section. So in order to make the best of our time, we need to keep moving onto areas which don't have a wet section next to it. I'm going to get some Payne's Gray tucked down in behind the berry here, as per usual. Get some real shape happening. May have gone a little dark on this, so I'll pull up a little bit. Not too much, just a little bit. There's always a little bit of this push-pull. Right, put it down, and if it needs a little lightening, drink it back up. Okay, let's do this one here. This one's a little more brown. So it has burnt sienna in it. But not a lot of this really light color, because it is actually in shadow. Okay, so you've got the difference here between a warm cone and a cool cone. This one has more Payne's Gray. This one has a little bit of the burnt sienna added to it. And yet they're both about the same value. Like there's not one that's necessarily darker than the other. It's just an older scale, or it's an older cone maybe, and it's darker. These lighter ones, the warmer ones, look like they're fresher cones. And I'm going to maybe come in and tuck the one in here, which is pretty dark. By the time you get this, some of these things in the darks, it's like you really can't tell one from the other until it emerges out into the light, like the tip of this. You can tell by the tip of it that it's a separate cone, but in the darkness, you can hardly tell. Need a little bit more. Few more drops added to my color here. Yellow. What other colors do we have here? Permanent rose. These are the colors I'm going to be using, so I want to make sure they're softened up. They are drying a little bit. So I'm using an eyedropper to get my color gooey again. It's hard to get rich color if your color's dried up on your palette. So, just going to keep trying to find places where I can work. I think I'm just going to fill that right in. A little hard to figure out, so I'm just going to fill it in. So I'm getting brave. I can do 2 at a time. As long as I can manage to keep things wet and I can work fast enough, because I did say I would speed up a little bit, then I can actually work on 2 at the same time. Get a little more Payne's gray going here. Now this one has a real dark along the edge, but I don't want it soft. I'm talking about this little dark thing there, the dark edge where it's kind of a turnover. But I'm going to wait for that to dry before I put that in, because I want it, otherwise it might not show. So I can come back up to maybe this little bit in here and get this put in. We're just going to get some real good darks right in that one side. So Payne's gray for this shadow right in here. I'm going to make this even darker right there. Rinse and blot, and I need to soften this if I'm adding more on something dry. There we go. It's looking pretty blue on the screen. Let's get a little bit of burnt sienna into this just because it's looking a little bit overly blue. Okay, and just sort of let that hide in the shadows there. Okay, I'm sitting here looking at this and I'm trying to remember what that is, but I think this little light spot here, I think that's one of the bracts from the berry itself. So I'm going to take some of that red that I used earlier. I'm going to paint that in there so I don't forget to put it in. Might leave a couple of little light spots in the middle of it. Right, so I just put in a little top for this berry. I believe that's what it is. It's kind of hiding in the shadows, so I'm not going to agonize over it too much. I just wanted to get something in there. So I know what it is that I need to paint around, basically. So, but I'm not going to think about it too much. I'm just going to come in with my cone color here and start painting this in around that shape. And it's going to get pretty dark down towards the bottom. Actually, this whole entire section here is really very much in shadow. So I don't want to keep things too light here. Coming down into here. I'm not even going to think too much about it. If I see a shape, a light shape, I'm going to leave it. I'm just looking at the shapes and whether it's a light or a dark or a warm or a cool. As for the rest, I'm just going to leave that up to the viewer to figure out. But I'm painting what it is I see. and there's a little bit of a light area here. I'm going to lift that out, and a little bit of a light area right here, and I'll lift that out. But I'm not done with this section because it's got to get really dark. It doesn't make sense for it to be this dark on one side and then suddenly it's light on the other side. So we need to get some lights in there as well, or some darks in there as well, I should say. And yes, that was my tummy again, making all that racket. All right, so I'm coming down here, I'm penciling in a little separation there, and I'm going to paint under this part of the cone here. Okay, darks are tucked right up underneath here. And I can't do the little one in between until that's dry. I have a feeling this is going to be a long one with the amount of the cones that need to be done. So I'm going to do a little bit on this cone here. I'm going to come back to some of the greenery and work on the berries a little bit more. And, you know, if we run out of time, then you know, this last bit and the finishing of this cone itself can be done on your own time, because you'll have done enough by that point that you should be able to finish it off. But I want to make sure I cover all of the different elements that are happening in this, you know, including the little bit of ribbon and stuff. So, but I want to get sort of the intersection done as well. So the intersection is like the spaces between the cones where one's overlapping another, because that's where like kind of a lot of chaos happens. Like there's a lot of confusion with all of these different scales. When it's all organized like it is on the main one here, you know, that's fairly straightforward. But you get in here and it's like, what the heck is going on? Because there's like little bits of cone going in every direction. So yeah, I want to make sure I get all of that covered. I'm going to come back to this one. I think it's dry enough. I can come in and get some of my darks established in here. So there's a dark right here. Which comes up something like that. It's probably the end of a cone by the look of the shape. Okay, so I'm going to start thinning it down a little bit and softening it. Because there's another part right here in the shadows. It has a little, well, you can see a little bit of a cone picking out, just poking out right there. So right in here, you've got this little sliver of the end of one of the scales. And above that's really dark. So just Payne's gray in here. All right, so it suggests things that are happening in the shadows without really telling too much about it. I'm going to put a little bit of burnt sienna in here just to make it look a little more warm. Right in that spot there. Now I did say I would come back to this little portion right here. And that gives it that sort of turned over look. Now I'm going to use my brush a little dry just to get a little bit of texture on the end of this. You can see I'm just sort of skipping over some of that to kill the brightness of that. Okay, so I'm going to avoid the stem for now because there's something I want to do before I get to that. I'm just going to work up here and finish up this intersection first of all. So brown in here and then some nice darks to push it back in behind the others. And basically the gap is just such a dark shadow. I'm just going to do Payne's gray right in there. Just straight Payne's gray and painting it on dry so that it'll be nice and dark. Make good use of the point of your brush to get these little tiny points. I often see people trying to use a horrible brush and they're trying to get into these points, and they all end up rounded, and which is a really odd, you know, it's like when perspective is off. It's like if it doesn't come to a point, it doesn't look like it's behind. It looks like it's something on top. Or all the things in front have these weird sort of webbed, like webbed feet kind of look, right? Rounded off somehow, some weirdly strange way. Darken in there a little more. And there's another section right here, which is also really dark like this. Actually kind of connected. But there's a little bit of brown in there as well, right in here. So I'm going to switch to brown. Okay, I'm going to blot a little of that off just to lighten it a bit. The paper towel was really wet. Okay, so now we have this is really a continuation into this area here, which is the plaid design. Okay, so for the plaid design, let's see if I can get both on the screen at the same time. I'll pull this off for now. And fold this. So I can get both of these sections on the screen at the same time. So you can see that this is much redder than what I'm going to end up with. But I'm going to take that Payne's Gray and can have the red in it, but it could be just Payne's Gray. And I'm getting a mid value. Okay, so not really dark, like not dark like here, but not really watery either. So somewhere in between. And I'm going to start to do some bold sections that are straight lines. But first of all, now let's just start with right here. Okay, so there's like a little line that goes across here. And there's another line that kind of comes down here. And there's going to be another little gold line that goes there. Okay, so I've got a couple of little lines in there. That gives me a couple of areas where I can sort of start and stop. So in this little triangle section right here, I can come in and with this diluted color, I can paint a square basically, or paint a straight line there and fill that in. And I'm also going to paint this way. All right, I've got kind of a lot of paint on there. I'm going to pull some of that up. There we go. Drink up what I don't need here. All right, so I have kind of a gray over top of my red, and I'm just going to leave it at that for now. I'm going to come over to this section, and I'm going to do something very similar, except I can't see as much detail in here. So guess what? I'm not going to put as much detail in there. I'm just going to shade this down. This whole section in here is so much in shadow, I don't see the definition. I wonder if I can see it. I can't even really see it in the on-screen version. So I'm just going to come in and paint this in. This is just a mid-value wash of this Payne's Gray. Bit of the red will show through, which is good. I actually want that. And it's just a little lighter at the edge, so I'll leave that a little lighter at the edge. I'm going to make a little bit of it touch the edge right there. So hopefully you can see what I did there. Oh gosh, that looks like a mess on the screen, but that's mainly because some of this is wet. Okay, same value. And I'm going to do the same sort of crisscross thing up in here, except in this little tight corner, I can't really see any definition, so I'm just going to paint this in with that wash of Payne's Gray. And I'm going to come down to where that sort of gold line is, where that gold section, right now it's red, but I'm going to make it gold later. And I'm painting a straight line right here, okay, right straight down from there, and also across right here. And so far this doesn't look like anything. This whole section here, there's not too much going on with this one, but shouldn't have blotted that. That made that really come off. So I'm gonna paint in this whole section because it's really quite dark. Okay, so those little light areas are going to have to dry before I can come in, but I'm going to come in with I just need to suggest this plaid. Doesn't need to be a recognizable tartan or anything like that, but I just need the idea of plaid here. So I'm going to come in right where the angle is here. I'm going to come down and make a stripe right here. Leave a gap and make another stripe right in there. And this is the same Payne's Gray, it's just a little bit darker. And I am going to also suggest something like that here. So I'm going to come in and I'm going to do a line down here and just come through all of this. Now I'm going to lift a little bit out later because I think that would be a heck of a lot easier than trying to paint all these negative shapes. But I'm just doing a dark line there. Then I will skip and make another dark line. Doesn't have to be poker straight because the ribbon is sort of twisting and bending. Then I'm going to leave a bigger gap. And in here I will put a little bit more. So this is going to get real dark down in here. Can't really tell what's happening in there. It's real dark. Okay, up in here, I'm just trying to see. I don't see too much of this extra dark in this section. Maybe a bit right here. So I'm going to come in right into this little cranny here and get it a little extra dark right there. And I'll bring it across this way. And up here, I'm going to put a little straight line here at the end of that part of the scale of the pine cone. Leave a little gap and paint another dark right there. Okay, so I'm going to paint a couple of skinny lines now. So I'm going to paint one that comes down here. Not too dark. Okay, I guess I should thin this down a little bit. Right, not too dark. It's about the same value as this. And I'm doing a little sort of cross in there. And I'll do another one a little further down into this section. And if you're Scottish, I hope you forgive me for this, because it doesn't look too convincing right now. But it's just a little piece of ribbon, and it's not going to warrant spending all of our Friday working on it, but it's kind of a nice addition. All right, so I'm going to put another line right here. Now I'm going to leave that to dry, because then I'm going to come lift a little bit out as well, and then I'll add on the little bits of gold, and I'll tell you how I'm going to do that later. But we have to let things dry. Let me take a progress of this. Don't quite have that line extended far enough. There. So I'm going to take a progress picture of this. All right, so this corner's, like this half, that little bit there, is really starting to shape up. It's taking some form. So I want to address now this greenery here. So I still have my puddle over here. This was cerulean and aureolin. Gives me a nice green. Now, that's a really bright green though. It's pretty strong. So I'm going to take a little bit of Payne's Gray. Not too much, just a little bit. And I'm going to make a darker green out of this. Right? So that really dulled it down. You can see that made quite a difference. And I want to start getting in a few that are going to be a little bit darker. Or at least give some shading to some of the ones that I have. So, for example, if this is a long line here, I want to tuck it in behind the berry, so I want to put a little shadow on it. So I'm coming in and putting a bit of shadow right on the end. Now I'm going to have to put that on and then rinse my brush and just soften this. You could wet it first. You could just put clean water on there and then put the color in. That works as well. Right? To get that color tucked in, because the one thing that's going to happen is that if I put masking fluid on this, it's going to end up really bright. Like it's going to look like too light before we're done. So I'm going to make these pine needles a little bit darker. Especially where they tuck in underneath the berries there, right? So then it gets the feeling that they're coming outward into the light. Same with some of these over here. I want to tuck these in behind the pine cone. And some of them are just darker, period. Like the whole needle can be darker. Like that. Add a few more in if you want to, but you're going to get a range of greens in there. That's what we're looking for. Not just one. One green looks a little bit coloring book-like. Right? Tends to make things look a little too flat and a little bit too much like just a paint by number. So I'm not even looking at the picture at this point. I'm just picking out where I think would be some nice darks that would help my painting. And I think sort of tucked in behind here, I think that would be good to have that darker in there. Can even put a little bit more Payne's Gray into some of the spots. So I'm going to turn this just to make it a little easier to work on, and I'll zoom out so you can see what I'm doing. Okay, so I'm painting some long lines in here where the needles are.
Hey, Shelley, you're a little off screen.
Oh, okay, thank you. How about that? I'll move over a little bit more to...
Yeah, move to the left. That's it.
And wrong way. There we go. Thank you for letting me know. All right, so just coming in and, I'm not being too, I'm not hurting my head trying to figure out what's what here. I'm just trying to get a few of them that are a little bit darker. Okay, so kind of looks like long grasses. And there's going to be some of this that, again, is going to tuck up underneath the berry. So things are going to get a little darker towards the berry. I can come in after I've done the berry, I can come in and shade some of this as well. So I'm not going to spend too much time doing this. But I want to get kind of an idea of, where I want to mask a few greens here. Because I think doing those darks is going to be a whole lot easier if I mask them off. So I just think that'll be a little simpler. Okay, so there's kind of a crisscross of all kinds of things going on in here, so I'm just gonna come in and do some of this type of thing. Yeah, a lot of this is going to get quite dark in here, so I'm not going to spend too much time in this section. But I want to move on up to this area up here and get a few darks in here too. So when you have things that are crisscrossing, just make up your mind which one you want to have in front. So if I want this one to be in front, I'll do it first. And then when I do the ones behind, I paint around it. So just figure out the one in front first. Okay, so I think it's progress picture time. Just give me 1 second. All right, and I don't want to put any masking on this because the paint's too fresh. So I'm coming back to, I'll come back to this, my plaid. Now I'm going to use some dry paper towel for this. because I'm going to lift out a few light spots. So, for example, right across here, I'm going to, just with the tip of my brush, going to use, and I'm not scrubbing, I'm just wetting one little line, and then I blot it off. I can wet it again. Let me zoom in so you can see this a little, like up close and personal, what I'm doing. Okay, dry paper towel, just the tip of my brush, and I'm not scrubbing, I'm just lightly pulling off, and I get the look of plaid. So I want to do that in the middle of this as well. And when the paint's really fresh, this will lift pretty darn easy. So now, by then, I should have a combination of dark lines. Let's get some more. So these ones are dark lines here. And then you have the light lines between, and that gives you that plaid look. So this is a dark line, and so on, but then you have some light lines as well. And so I'm going to do a light line right through here. And I don't know if this makes any sense, but it will give me that plaid look without a doubt. So I think I'm even going to come down the middle of this and get a better vertical line here. All right, see, so I can get pretty good idea of this. I'm even going to lift out some of this red. Because I'm going to replace some of this red with some gold. And this area got a little muddy up here, so I'm just going to fill that in a little bit. All right, so replacing the gold is really, or replacing it with the gold, I'm going to take some aureolin and raw sienna. Together they're going to make like a bright gold. And I'm going to put it on pretty buttery, okay? So I'm going to put it on fairly heavy. Let's get some more aureolin in here, so get it a little bit brighter. There we go. I think that's the only two spots where I see the gold. This almost looks like it has a little glitter or something on it, but I'm not going to fuss too much with that. All right, so just a little hint of that. Yes, it's like little braiding and all of that kind of stuff, and if you want to get that detailed, you could You know, just come in with some of your browns later and do the little diagonal lines to make that look a little bit more like a braiding. But you know, that's as much as I need to do, I think, on that ribbon. When I zoom out, feels like plaid to me. So hopefully that works for you. Okay, I'm going to work a little bit on there. I just want to make sure these greens are good and dry before I put any masking fluid on it. I really advise that you wait for paint to be fully dry before you apply any masking to it, because otherwise the masking fluid will seep into the paper with the damp paint. It'll also pull off too much of the first color because the masking fluid will stick to the paint, and when it comes off, if it comes off, when it comes off, it's going to take too much paint with it. So let this dry a little bit longer. So back to the pine cone. So I'm going to, now there's a lot more of the raw sienna showing on this particular one. We don't have to get into quite as many of the darks on this, but there are some. So why don't I just start at the top? All right, some of this looks a little bit sort of dry brushy, so I think that's what I will do, is actually do some dry brush. So I'm talking about sort of this part here. It looks a little bit dry brushed. So I'm going to take some of my brown, it's mixed with some Payne's gray here, and sort of let the brush skip over the texture of the paper and give me this sort of coarseness that kind of shows in the picture. Come in and do that a little bit beside it at the same time, since it's very similar in color. Okay, I'll come in with a little more Payne's gray here. Really start to get some of the darker textures in here. It's got a real curve to that one. And I'm going to use a little dry brush, I think, for this little portion at the top as well. See how my brush stroke looks very scratchy? It's because my brush is really well blotted. It's got a little color in it and it's well blotted, so it's giving me that look of scratchy color. Looks like another line I forgot to draw, but I can paint it in. This part of the cone has almost like a little, almost a dark edge on it, right there. Okay, the underside, let me fold this over so we're not getting too much white paper distracting us. This part right here, so when you have a full cone like this, like a complete cone that you can see, you can basically start at the top and work your way down. But if you know, if you've got like sort of two cones overlapping, then you know, you have to kind of sort things out. So I am going to dry brush this a bit. And then when I start getting down into some of these parts of the cone, I will go back to that wetting first method, but these ones have that real dry brush look to them, so I didn't want to wet it or I wouldn't get that effect. Now, dry brush does not mean that you have to have dark color. It just means that your brush doesn't have a lot of water in it. The paint can be diluted, just not much in it. So this, for example, doesn't have a lot of dark color, but it has just enough to give me that scratchy look. Now this one this one doesn't have that scratchy look, that dry brush look, so I'm going to put this one in wet. This little bit right here. Look at how far down it comes there. It's going to have a little dark on the side. Okay, so it's like sorting, it's like finding puzzle pieces, right? You're just putting it together in little bits and pieces. It's starting to shape up. This one I'm going to start I'm going to begin doing these now with some wet paint. Because these no longer have that dry brush look. It's mainly the ones at the top. Each one of these little things needs its own unique paint application. Now the end of this I didn't wet. I just am coming in with a little bit of wet paint on dry paper for that little bit. Okay. This one is this one right here. Looks a little scratchy, but I'm working on dry. A little more color on my palette to work with. Feels like don't have enough color here. Okay, that's this one here, so I gotta get real dark in this spot. Right where my finger is there. It's pretty dark right there, so I'm going to come in with my Payne's Gray. And I'm going to continue this Payne's Gray down into this part. Maybe pick up some brown here too. A little bit of texture on the tip of this scale, I guess. Okay, so working down the cone here. This one right here, far left. I think I'm going to wet this one. Some of them have like a little bit of texture. Maybe I'll add that on afterwards, but the overall cone just needs to have a little bit of contour, I guess. So we need to have a gradation of color, or value I should say, and color. paint clean water up here. Darker brown through this left side. Okay, now that we're working back wet paper, I can't do the one beside, so I have to move somewhere else. So I will move over here and do this portion. Working light to dark here, so starting out with my lighter tones.
A little off screen again, Shelley.
Oh, thank you. Here, I need to zoom out. I think this pine cone's a little too large to be working that zoomed in. Thank you. And I'm going to get a little darker as I come up into here. Like when it tucks into the middle of the cone, it gets a lot darker. A little more color, a little less water. And if it's really dark, it's going to be more Payne's gray. So up in here, it's going to get pretty dark in there. Don't forget how much lighter this is going to dry. Okay, so that's this one right here we're working on. Oh, there's actually two here that I've got that I'm working on. Got to get this dark in behind here. And I'm going to carry on with this dark in here because where it connects, it's going to be like really dark, and I don't mind if those two kind of melt together. In fact, this whole section here. All this kind of gets melted in together. very hard to tell where one ends and the next one begins, so you might as well make that blurry. I think I came in with my brush too wet there. I'm going to make a blossom. Yep. So if that happens, get in there and drink it up, or bring in more color here with a drier brush. That's what I'm doing. I'm bringing in more color with a drier brush. It's a real puzzle, that's for sure. So I'm going to come in with a little bit of burnt sienna right in here, just to, it's almost like the rings on a tree, right? You've got almost this extra little dark right there. Too dark. This play between light and dark, always trying to find the correct balance. So I see this isn't quite the right shape here. I'll lift some of that out, get the shape right before I do more here. I'm just pulling out the color. It's nice and fresh, so I can pull it out pretty easy. And I'm just going to let that dry. And see if I can fix that up there. It's already looking better. Okay. Just keeping an eye on our time here. I think I'll do a little bit more on this, then I'm going to do a little bit more on the berries. Okay, I'm going to switch back and forth here a little bit, mainly so that I get everything covered. But before I do any more, I think my green is going to need the masking. So sorry for the flip-flopping, but that's kind of the nature of watercolor. You either work on something else or you set it aside until something is dry, but that's a whole lot of waiting around for paint to dry. So I'm back to my masking brush here, which I will soap up once again. And I'm going to take my masking fluid and I want to mask these long ones that I did. And the reason I want to do that is so that I can paint the pine cones behind it and background behind it, and not have to paint around these shapes and try and keep them straight, which is like darn near impossible. It can be done, but holy smoke, that's a lot of work. So I am masking off these needles here. So I have bits of pine cone behind this to mask off or to paint. That's going to be really challenging if I don't mask this off. So we need to problem solve this type of thing in watercolor. Same goes for this branch here. I don't have to mask all the entire needle, but I do need to mask the part that goes through the branch. Another artist might choose to use gouache, you know, for doing these needles. Personally, I like the white of the paper showing through. I won't need to do these ones because there's nothing behind those that I'm going to need to paint. But I might as well do some in here. So I'm kind of masking where the light areas are. And there's some dark areas, it's fine to like just trying to make it one continuous line here. These ones are shorter, so they should be a little easier to paint. There's a couple of lines. I guess I'm going to have to do these ones up here too. There's a very good chance that I'll have to touch these up when I'm done, but at least I won't have to paint around them, which would be extremely difficult. Alright, so I'm going to extend some of these over here in this section. Put a few random ones in here. maybe a simple little composition, you know, without a lot of elements, but each element has its own interesting, what's the word I'm looking for? Intricacies. I knew it would come. So sometimes it's a little hard to see where your masking is on green. So I'm holding it up to the light to see where it's shiny. So I can see where my lines are, or where my needles are. All right, so I think that's enough for now. Get the masking out of my brush. That's going to have to dry. Well, I could actually do a little bit up in here too, I suppose, before I pack it in, just to make it a little easier to paint that. So the ones on top especially. Okay, that's enough. All right, so I need to wait for masking fluid to dry, so I'm not going to sit here idly. I'm going to work a little bit more on some of my pine cone. And just so I don't get my hand in any of this, we're trying to work in the middle. I'm going to work on this one on the side. Oops, I got my picture wet. Okay, I'm going to work on the side here. And coming in with my browns. A little darker, tucking it right into in behind the other. Trying to create form. Okay, and this one's right beside it, but I think I can probably get the two together. Work on these two side by side without too much difficulty. As long as I don't get it too wet right there. I don't want to put a big dollop of water right beside something that's damp. Just put it in damp there. A little more Payne's gray coming down into this middle. I would set this down and point to where I'm working, except that I've got masking fluid that's wet here, so I can't do that. But I'm working on this one right here. Now I really need to shape the one in front. Using the negative spaces that I'm painting on the one behind. If I need my paint to stick in a spot, I have to make sure that my brush is a lot drier and that the paper's not overly wet. So sometimes it's just a waiting game. Wait till the paper dries a little bit more. I'm going to try to dry brush a little bit here. It looked a lot lighter on the screen than what it is. Okay, so I think this masking fluid should be pretty dry by now. And I'll take a progress picture so I don't forget to keep doing that. Be 1 second. Okay. Okay, so I took a progress picture, and our masking fluid's pretty much dry now, so I want to come in and get all these extra darks in here. So I'm coming over to my green puddle here, and I'm going to put quite a lot more Payne's Gray into it. Yeah, here's the thing that I can do. Because I've got the masking on there, I can pretty much just paint this in solid. Which is a little nerve-wracking because it's kind of like, is it going to work? It'll work. Have faith. All right, so all this stuff in here is pretty dark. Right in here. Get an even more Payne's Gray in here because I want some of this to be really dark. Scary stuff doing these darks, but boy, when the masking comes off, it's so rewarding. Okay, so there's some real darks in this little corner as well, but that's actually cone. So I'm going to switch here from this really, really dark, dark green, like this almost Payne's Gray green, to brown. I'm gonna switch from this puddle here with the green to this puddle here with the browns. But I'm gonna fill in here before I do so. Okay, so over here we're gonna go burnt sienna, Payne's Gray. And I'm just going to paint all of this in. Let's get a little more burnt sienna in here. And I'll sort out those other shapes in a bit, but I want this to all look like it's in some good shadow here, so letting just one thing kind of blend into the next. There, okay. So I will let that dry. And then I'll be able to come in and start painting some of this part of the cone and the bottom part of the cone here. Actually, I can do this one now because this just has masking on it. We didn't do any darks here. So I actually could come in and do some of this. Did I put masking on that? Looks like I did. I hope I did. I hope I did. Just before I do that, I think I want to get this. It's like a stem or something for this berry, and I want to paint that in there. This, I'm using my red color here. There, just getting rid of that bright stem there. It was so bright, it was a little distracting. So. I think I need to get a little bit more dark green in here before I go do any more. So I'm going to turn this way and take some more of this green, almost Payne's gray here. Turn my reference picture sideways as well, and I'm going to start coming in and painting around the cone here because it needs to have these darks. Let's go into this brown one. All right, so I started off green, now I'm switching to brown. Dark, dark, dark. All this really dark stuff. And I'm going to start getting a little lighter, not that light quite yet. And I see the lines that I have below this, so I'm just going to stop there. Those lines give me a stopping point. And so I'm just getting some of that dark under the cone. All right. So I'm painting some of this cone stuff in here. And I can ignore the green because it's protected. I've got the masking on it. Some of this is just a little hard to figure out, so I'm just going to make my guess. That looks like it's more red right there. I think that's part of something else. Part of this bract, I think. I'm just looking for where there's some darker areas. I'm going to paint a couple of dark lines in here. There's kind of like a lot of chaos happening in here. I hope I masked enough in there. I did make a point of masking that stem, so I'm going to take my browns. Actually, they're a little reddish because I think these are the stems for the berries, and so they've got a little red in it, but it's mainly brown. I'll pick up a little bit of both colors here. And I can paint that in. And it's a lot easier when you don't have to worry about the green painting around it. I want to put a little shading in it. So come in a few places and add some darks. And that's my stem. Doesn't need much. I'll come over and do the same sort of coloring for this other side, where this kind of stem thing is here. It's a little hard to tell what this is, but I'm going to let the viewer figure it out. I'm not going to do it for them. That's probably mean, but that's more fun. This little guy's a lot of work. But I think it's going to look really nice. May have to be my Christmas card next year, since I've already sent it all out now. It's all done. I'm just working up in my cones again for a few minutes. Things have to dry below this area down here, so I'm coming up to do a little bit more building in my cones.
pull down a bit, Shelley, going off again.
Oh, thank you. I get involved in what I'm painting and I forget. And this one above, I'm going to do a little bit of dry brushing on it, because it has that little bit of coarseness to that scale, as we determined that's what they're called. I'm going to have to look it up, and we're going to find out that it's called something entirely different, but scale works for me. Okay. All right, so I am just going to do a little bit more. This is still a little bit wet. I don't want to be removing any masking fluid or doing too much down here. Although, probably can hint at some of the shadows in here, so I can come in and start darkening a few things in here. So I'll come in and start creating the cones that are kind of disappearing into shadow. I will bring some more darks in here. And there's a lot of I don't know what going on in here, so I'm just going to sort of scribble in there to kind of imply some detail without actually doing it. So I'm going to come down and just add a little bit more in here, just hinting at some bits of cone maybe showing underneath in the darker parts of the shadow. Maybe a couple of little lines here. Okay, so we have to establish all this before the masking comes off. And I will do cones next, Miriam. So come in here, just getting a few more darks in before I do the berries. So some more of the panes in here, get some darkness in some of this area. When it gets confusing to me, my first impulse as a painter is to sort it out so that the viewer will know what it is. But I soon learned that, I don't have to do that. if it looks, you know, if it's not a focal point, I mean, obviously if it's a focal point, I need to sort it out. But if it's not, I can just do a lot of fudging in here to imply stuff. So that's what I'm doing, is I'm fudging and just making things look a little bit like there's a lot of stuff happening down in here. Maybe some more pine cone, maybe some more needles, all that stuff. Okay, don't want too much detail and precision down in the shadows. That's kind of silly. Really not necessary for a good design. I'm going to come in and hint at some of what this is, but just hint at it. So I come in there and I'm just defining an edge, and I'll define another one and then soften it.
Off screen.
Oh, thank you. So I'm just hinting at, you know, maybe there's some pine cones there, but I'm not really doing a lot of painstaking detail in here. I just want to imply it, okay? So there's just a little bit there. It's all that's needed. Okay, so don't do more than what's needed. If you put a lot of detail in, that your eye will go there, and that's, you don't want it in the corner. That's kind of distracting. Okay. I want to do only these lower parts of the cone in order for me to be able to take off that masking. Okay, so while this is drying, I'm going to do that. Then we'll do berries and remove masking, because I want you to see what it looks like once the masking's removed. Something tells me I might not have masked all of that because it looks like I'm getting a little green, but I hope not. We'll find out soon enough, I guess. Thought I masked it. And I'm going to do the next one. It's fairly dark because it's in shadow too. I'm going to do this one above. Kind of going around that little light spot there. And I'm going to wet this one and do this one as well. tricky when you're working two wet sections side by side. You have to really make sure that it's not too wet at the edge because it'll make one run into the next, which I don't want. Okay, so getting in with my burnt sienna. Then into darker brown, going back up into the middle of the cone. And I'm going to use Payne's Gray, just Payne's Gray in that little corner. Okay, definitely think I could come and get this a little darker too. Not sure why I came back into that when it was not quite, or when it was a little too dry, so I'm going to have to soften that. All right, so just looking at some of this down here. Could I go a little darker before I take off masking? And I think I can. I think I should say. It's like a really funny thing right here. I don't know what it is. I'm just gonna kind of color it in. I don't know what it is. Okay, so the reason I'm really not jumping right into my berries just yet is because I'm pretty sure some of my masking fluid is on my berries from doing the needles. And if I try to finish my berries before I take the masking off for the needles, I'm going to end up with all these funny little bumps all along the side of my berries. So that's sort of where I'm going and why I'm delaying this a little bit. Okay, but this one, for example, I don't have any of the pine needles or masking that I did for pine needles in that area, so I can go there. So let's get this berry a little more developed. So I'm going to go with a little bit more yellow permanent rose. That was my berry color, yellow and permanent rose. And I'm going to, I think I should thin that down a little bit. And I'm going to go over this one more time. And I want to get my burgundy a little stronger now because I didn't get it quite as dark as I wanted it in the first place. So I'm going to go permanent rose, Payne's Gray, and I'm going to go a little braver this time. That's maybe too dark. I went brave, all right. Get it a little more red. There we go, more like that. So I'm going to come in with this deeper burgundy. This is really wet paint though, so that it's really going to soften and blend. Okay, but if I want it to look shiny, I need to have a full value range. So I want to make sure that I've got some dark darks and some light lights. I'm going to tickle this a little bit just to get it a little bit softer. A little lighter at the edge here. Alright, so I'm going to come up to this one and do the same sort of thing, because I don't think I have too much green around there that I have masked off. So I'm going to come and do this. A little bit more red. I must have masking right at that edge there because I can see a little line. I'll come right up into the bract part of this. I believe it's called a bract. All this botanical stuff, I don't know the names of it. And again, I'm going to come in with this much darker red, the one that I've mixed with the Payne's Gray. Makes it dark and dull, which is what I'm actually after here. I don't need really defined, I don't need to separate this from the berry itself. It can actually kind of blend together, and that would be fine. But I definitely need to get a little more shape happening in this berry, so I need to make sure I've got a full, you know, like a meaningful shadow, put it that way. This shadow has to count. Coming up to this one just to add a little bit more, but might not have been a smart move since it might be partly dry, which I'm sure it is, but I'll work fast, I might be okay. I'm coming up into this little bract here to darken it a little bit. Okay, or it's a stem or something, but it's looks like something there. And I think I'm going to take the dryer to this. I want to make sure that that this is fully dry before I try to remove any masking. So I'm going to mute and dry this. So I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm going to see what I have now in terms of the berries. Gently pulling off the masking fluid, because if I have to soften anything here, I don't want roughed up paper. So I'm taking it off gently. You don't want to be aggressive with your watercolor paper. Now I can see right away this is like much too stark, and it will need a little bit of attention, a little bit more softening and things like that. And let's get this one done, and we'll see how we made out with some of our pine needles as well. Some of this stuff through the stem. Okay, so you can see when I pull off the masking fluid here that the branch looks like it's behind, which is what I was after. It's going to be tricky to find all the masking. It's not as clear to see once you put masking fluid on top of a painted surface. Okay. It probably could have been a little bit drier before removing this, but so pull off some of this. I'm actually getting a little bit of paint here. Let's pull these ones off. Well, these were the ones that are really going to tell where we've got the light needles coming and the darks in behind. Now, as I said, there's more than one way of doing this. You can actually take gouache, and because gouache is opaque and it will paint over top of something dark, but I prefer to have the actual white of the paper coming through the color. It doesn't have the same flatness to it, so you can see that I'm getting the look of the needles here. Now, as I said, I'm probably going to need to touch them up a little bit, and that's fine, but that did a pretty good job of giving me that look of the needles. Whoops, I'm rolling up my edge here. Okay, so now that I've removed that, if there's any more work I need to do on here, and I think I do, I'm going to have to now paint around those needles. But, for the most part, the needles are fairly well established. if I weren't trying to get this done more quickly, I would certainly take more time. Okay, so these are looking shiny all right, but they look fake. So what are we going to do about this? Let me take my permanent rose here and my burgundy color, mix them together a little bit. And I am very lightly, so thin it down a lot. And I'm going to tone this down. So that it's not stark white. It will look like a highlight on the berry, but it's not stark white, which doesn't look real. All right, and some of these I can definitely tone down as well. But not all of it. I want to keep some of those whites. I'm just softening some of the edges here, or just painting around and like reducing the edges of the like the size of those whites. So there's a little bit of a sort of a transition there. So like here, I could come around the edge of this with just this diluted color, and then it feels like it's a softer edge. Okay, so if any other details are required, so for example, maybe I want to come in and put a little bit more dark in the bract part, I could come in with a little more color here on dry and add that in. Anything that you might have missed or would like to get a little bit lighter, you can always use white paint. The white is very opaque. It will cover up stuff. Now these berries are kind of like these ones here, and like they're not real. So you know, they might be more shiny than they would be because they're kind of plastic, but the idea is there. So these bracts, I don't think I want to make them quite so shiny, since I don't really want them to look plastic. But that's how I would handle the berries. There is a little bit of a reflection of the, it looks like the reflection of the stem in the berry here, so I can just sort of paint a little reflection in there, not too much, a little bit of a reflection there. Yeah, so I'm going to soften this edge a little bit more, just with a little bit more color right along that edge. Okay, so that's looking okay. And ooh, I think I am going to rinse my water. Okay, after a short break, I am back, and I am going to carry on with some of this. Now, I did remove the masking. I've developed 2 of the berries. The other 3 will be the same, but I'm going to come in and do a little bit of shading. I want these needles to look like they are tucked up underneath the rest. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a little bit of that darker green, and I'm going to push back some of the needles up underneath here. So I'm just taking a little bit of color. I'm not trying to cover it up or make it go away. I just want to darken those little sections of the needles there. And you know, some of them I'll darken down a little bit more. But I want this to look like it's tucked up underneath, so I need to get some darks in here, and then it'll look like it fits in a little better. Okay, so under the berries here, and as I mentioned, I really wanted to remove the masking before attempting to do these berries, because I'm pretty sure my masking actually came onto my berries when I was doing it. I wasn't trying to be really careful, so I knew that was going to be an issue for me. All right, and now there may be a couple of occasions where, oh, you know, maybe your masking wasn't so good in some of these areas, and I could actually take a dry paper towel and a damp blotted brush, and let's say I want to soften up or lighten up a little bit here. So I will just wet it and gently blot. Gently, okay? So you want to pull the paint off, you don't want to push it in. So just do it very gently. So I am using a light touch here, and the paint is all very fresh, so it should lift pretty easily. So some of my masking wasn't that accurate, so I'm coming in and I am lifting a little bit here. And this works fine because some of these are actually going to be in shadow, some of it's going to be in light. And this just makes it look a little bit more natural anyway. So I'm going to lift a little bit here. Much like we did up here on the plaid, right? You just sort of wet the area and pull it off. If I wanted to add in a little more, I know that there's a green all underneath here, so see, I can pull some more off. Okay, so that will give me some really natural looking needles, and I just want to darken in a few of these as well. Make it look like it's actually tucked up underneath that berry and underneath this pine cone. I still actually have a little bit of masking up here, which I don't think I removed. I think I left that on there. So I'm just going to come in with just a few darks in here. Pretty sure that's still on there. Yes, it is. Okay, so I'm just going to come in with a couple of darks and just put in a few little strokes in here. And this will help make this look a little more dimensional. All right, so it's not going to look like too much until I take that masking off, and then I'll see what I ended up with here. But hopefully I have something that looks pretty good. And I might tuck these in a little bit more. There we go. And now it's really just a matter of completing some more of the pine cones and finishing up the berries. So I may put this part of the video on high speed just so that it doesn't take too long. So I'll edit this part and make it a little bit faster for you, or you can hit the pause button, whichever you would prefer to do. But it could be a fairly long video for me to do all of this. But I'm really liking the overall effect. I think it's working out really nicely. So I am just going to carry on with my burnt sienna, my browns, my Payne's gray, and really get some of these cones a little more developed. All right, so I'm going to come in here and try to work quickly. So rather than talking through all of this, I think I will speed it up and put myself on mute. Okay, that finally finishes the painting, I think. I will live with it and see if there's anything that I need to adjust. Perhaps I might lighten a little bit down here because the cones in the shadow seem a little bit darker than the green. I can also darken down the green a little bit. See, so it looks like it's more faded away. And that's it. So thank you so much, and see you the next time.